Alright, back into Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. I remember that I was looking for the correct place to get information. Ah, here we go. Alright, district needs to be Old City. Front page and recent. Heir to one of Cordona's richest families. Okay. Victim who cannot be named. Stepped in the wrong direction, falling off the cliff. Interesting. This is swore never to duel again. Okay. So now I have this. So I need to talk to people about this. Let's see if anybody around here knows about this.
May I ask for your assistance?
Sorry, but I never heard of this.
I wish to be alone.
Okay, you still don't want to help me.
Excuse me, just one question.
I'm sorry, but I've never heard of that.
Oh, I am bored. Call me when you find the answer.
Excuse me, just one question.
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Okay, so I don't think that's what I need at the moment. So I probably need to go back to the old ruins. After all, I didn't get all the pieces of evidence. Interesting. Little grave there. Maybe I can talk to him about this.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know? Did he see it all around him, do you think, before he covered his eyes and drew his pistol?
The deceased was a member of the Blind Dueling Club, hence the blindfold. Do you know of it?
Never heard of such a thing. You ask me, people ought to open their eyes to the world, not look away.
Fair. I did not mean to do that.
We're done.
Let's go back here. Okay. Thought about it the second after I pressed that option, and I was just thinking, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. save here, just in case I forget. It's another point in the conversation.
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Oh, friend, relax. Life's too short to be short with people.
Indeed.
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his dual opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Erich von Staub. I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last. You may return to your vacant stare.
I picked the last piece easy. Okay. So I need to go and find out about him. Do that. Let's see. Probably need to go here to find records.
Treasure maps from the governor.
Yeah, only now you tell me that all of my evidence has been collected. Okay, good. I came to the right place. Citizen district is Scaladio. And deaths. Okay, here we go. Place of residence, von Staub residence on Bakerville Street between Bernay and Bonaparte, Southern Scaladio. Okay. Now, you between Bernay and Bonaparte on Bakerville in Southern Scaladio. Bakerville, Bonaparte. So, right in here, I believe. So, between Bonaparte and Bernay. And the quickest way to get there is to travel. Or I could just travel down Queen Street and get the info for the hidden coin. Just follow this road around behind the building. Close. Should be right in front somewhere. Ah, figured it was the tree, I just didn't see it. People involved in dubious business have a strange obsession with back entrances. Yeah. as if they believe that it's not going in the front. Yeah, no. It actually kind of makes it more obvious to the people who know and are watching. The love of art. You can see theater. Okay. So it doesn't float too far away. Alright. Interesting, interesting. Wow, that was literally right there. Okay. This one's number 5, right? Yeah. No. Okay. On the back entrances to the theater. Floating underneath the observation points. This is the front entrance. Okay. Now that's the front entrance. So this is the back entrance. Left it tied up and floating from his underneath his observation point. Perhaps down here, because it looks like there used to be water? Yeah.
What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?
Assassin's Creed 4 reference, probably.
May I ask you something?
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
There we go.
A Zecchino of the Republic of Venice. This one dates back to Marino Faliero, who was executed for attempting a coup. Big ambition, poor organization. One wealthy collector wanted this coin so badly that he dared to intrude upon my father's funeral to convince Mother to sell it. Mycroft showed him the door.
Probably would have too. Don't disturb a funeral just to get your hands on a coin. Ridiculous. At least that one was easy to find. I'm gonna go ahead and go down this way.
Nice to see you.
And okay, so this is Bonaparte Street.
Extra, extra! A very British scandal. The British envoy has defiled. Interested in.
Yes, because I am the one who keeps
Check the
making the
front
headlines.
page. You won't regret it.
Here we go, the Von Staub residence. Right here. Okay.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day. Miss von Staub is awaiting the police.
Are you
sir.
able to help me?
Perhaps
Don't be
you might
angry,
visit
sir,
on another
but
day.
I truly don't know.
Can I do this right here? can. Alright, you're waiting for the police? Well, here I am.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Boudoir. I'm not familiar with that term.
Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer. I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another.
Okay. Stay. Can't even tell. Ribbon. Dried red paint. Okay. Using. Yep. And old bruises. So she might be either being abused or something. Flecks. Rich multicolored stains. Interesting. These could both be the case, but given that the bruising is on wrists, well, in multiple areas, I am thinking... going to say victim of beating, because that's kind of what it looks like. Because the wrist is an odd place, but we'll see after some more evidence whether this is correct or not.
I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I am.
My deepest condolences, Miss von Staub. Your brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, if you must. But I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Forgive my intrusion, but I must inquire about your bruises. Did you take a tumble?
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It is not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It is the least of my sorrows.
But, Miss von Staub,
okay.
I can tell you suffered new bruises even before the old ones had healed.
I have nothing more to add, Officer Holmes. It is what it is.
Because of that, she could be hiding something.
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had any enemies? Someone that may have sought to do him harm?
Enemies? I don't know. He and I did not discuss such matters, and he was rarely called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
Contests?
Eric would practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him, but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
Okay.
Where were you when your brother died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God, you could have asked the servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room? His personal effects may prove invaluable in our understanding of the case.
Please do. Here's the key.
Okay. I could see either profile being her for the moment.
It appears the parents are dearly missed. Our beloved parents, 1875, Baden-Baden. Rest in peace. Only German composers feature here.
was gonna say the text seemed wrong button. Interesting. Courtyard.
Look at those vases, Sherry. Bet they cost a fortune. Would be a shame if someone broke them.
Indeed.
Oh, I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with a blindfold.
Second rule has been satisfied. Okay. Fair enough. I will need to corroborate this with the servants, which I might as well do before I go to the other room. Alright, you there. I have questions.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Could you help me?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Thank you.
Good day, officer.
Let's see. Okay. Servant confirms that it's not a guarantee, but it is solid evidence.
Officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir. Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Never missed an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Fair enough. Okay. Can't go there. Can't go there. This on the floor. Just a chip of rock or something, I guess. Alright. Let's look around in here first.
An ointment by a Dr. Herbert with a lavender and pine scent.
Alright.
A handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent.
Is that a horsewhip?
The rounds have been emptied.
Huh. Okay.
The black paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something.
Probably black powder from the shell casings.
Excellent score. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the end
different.
and the
Okay.
beginning.
I was gonna say, he's saying the same thing for everyone. That's almost boring. Right, next room. Okay, nothing on the cannon. Crime and punishment. Gunpowder. A note. For a recent statement of debts owing. 70,000 gold marks to which you're entitled. Okay, so somebody owed him money. From HFC. So HF on something. I'm assuming.
A wealthy man in his 60s.
Indeed.
Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879.
Interesting. Another letter. Okay, so he was gonna marry off his sister to a 60-year-old. It's like dueling
A
club.
typical crest for a league or a guild. Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration.
Okay. Okay, that is key evidence. Splitters. And of course, honorary consul, you've led successor. Maximilian Gunther, German. Okay, now I can see a potential motive for the sister if she wanted to get rid of him, because why would she want to be engaged to a old guy who's probably at least 40 years older?
This whip is well loved and well used.
Paper. Russian Army Guide to Capital Punishment. Yeah. Well, I think that I need to do some of these. Alright. -4, -1, -2. Okay. Well, the first and easiest thing I could do is just add one to you and inverse you. There's a -4. Let's see if I can inverse you. And put you here. Add 1 to you, and I combine these two, and combine these two. And boom. It wasn't quite as hard as I expected. So, sister may have had someone that she liked. What was the third rule again? Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. Okay. So I need to ask if anybody knows about this. Do you know
Can I ask you a
anything?
question?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Okay, easy. Always lift by foot wearing his yellow outfit.
I beg your pardon?
Nope.
There is an unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting Eric's.
It is standard procedure, Miss von Staub. Now, tell me about the gunpowder.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists in different ways.
Fair.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, I already talked about that.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
It seems
Oh,
you and
here we
Mr.
go.
Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Mr. Boddington is not how I had imagined my husband. But it was Eric's choice. I didn't dare dispute it. I don't understand.
Oh, there
One
we
of
go.
the revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him.
Okay.
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From whom?
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them. Eric, he never said a word.
Okay. All evidence collected.
Good day, officer.
Is this
Miss
familiar
von
to you?
Staub awaits you
I'll
in her
gladly tell you
boudoir.
everything I know, officer.
Okay. It's on an aristocrat's manor in southern Grand Surrey. Perhaps the upper-class inhabitants there. Okay. So, southern Grand Surrey, upper-class inhabitants. So, probably... You probably start here and work my way down Bonanza Road. Seems appropriate.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub.
I can change back to my high class. I don't know why chops is considered fashionable, but yeah, we'll go with normal there. Yeah, probably just completely normal is fine. Just gonna go along here and head probably west.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Don't take it personally, sir. But I know nothing about this.
Okay, I figured maybe I thought there would. Okay, I can't talk to them. I just happened to walk by it without even talking to anybody at some point.
That was the third in a row, and all are in Grand Surrey.
Nope. Nope. Burglary, okay. Wealthy houses. Can't afford a safe. No.
That was the third in a row, and all are in Grand Surrey.
No. No. Maybe. No. Wealthy houses. Forgot what the other one I was looking at was.
That was the third.
No. Burglary. No. Magic performance. Wealthy houses. 3 houses were robbed during magic shows. Interesting. Okay, so I'll take it.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Alright.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking? About what? And dressed as what?
Maybe you know.
Help me, please.
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
On an aristocrat's manor in southern Grand Surrey. House inhabitants. Maybe I do need to wear some glasses, see if maybe somebody will know now.
Help me, please.
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Isn't that? That's back to the hotel. I feel like it's got to be back this way somewhere. Wait a second. Do I do have this. Maybe now people will talk to me?
Do you know anything about this?
I'll help you, sir. You have my full attention.
I might have been just wearing the wrong thing. Represents an honorable club on Bakerville Street between Souls Row and Silent Way. Okay. So Bakerville between Souls Row and Silent Way. Souls Row. So it's here. I did that, I could just fast travel right here. Probably this one, I think. Yep. Save before I go in here.
Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting for you on the training ground. Down the stairs.
All right.
Fancy? Not every manor has a custom floor.
That is the von Kramkress, the old Prussian noble family. They must be patrons of the club.
Von Kram. Missing gun. Guest book. Okay. Head of the club is Heinrich Fugen von Kram. That would match the initials from the other letter.
How often do you think they check the submission box? My application deserves prompt consideration.
Anything in here? Just black. Is there anything in the toilet to investigate? Before I go downstairs, I'm gonna see if perhaps there, go there. So now the only way is down.
It's the killer. Get him.
Time to knock this guy out.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
It's all yours now. Go for it.
Sorry? No more crime for you until next month.
Eat lead.
Oh, really? None of that got you guys?
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
I'm coming for you.
Time to knock this guy out.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Missed me.
Eat lead.
If anything, these guys are accurate, which is annoying.
Don't. The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
And I am coming for you.
I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you until next month.
There we go. Both of you just lie down.
Oh! Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
No more crime.
The snuff's ready.
Don't need it.
must say, Sherry, that was near perfect. Could it be that you're not completely hopeless?
Maybe. Founded in 1689. Okay. After a notorious bet. Shooting through a screen at first, okay. Of course that would be boring. Fine duels. Huh, after a death, well yeah. Change to blank cartridges. Okay.
The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition.
Alright. Huh. Okay. Here for your life. Second telegram. Come to our emergency assembly at once. We'll bring my gunman. Telegraph. There, alas for von Stab. Was it the English left-handed duelist? Bottle.
A nice apricot aroma. Marilyn schnapps, I presume. Half full.
That's a mouthful.
2 glasses with dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John?
Perhaps so. Broken glass.
Glass crushed underfoot with damp traces still visible.
Who doesn't love secret lovers? Okay. Else there was.
Clever system.
Who the devil are you? I won't go down without a fight.
Sherlock Holmes. And if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
He definitely seems very impatient so far and maybe impulsive. Glass eye, so maybe he lost an eye. Marksman. A shooter in the club. And red paint. Ooh, possibly blood. Dirt. So he may have been the other duelist. On crime list. Dirt on his knee is the same as the runes, and the red spot on one of his sleeves is not the result of a recent fight. His initials match the signature of the referee. Dual oath that explains his nervousness. They have gotten dirt, kneeling to aim at Eric. I agree. I'm going to say witness, probably, because there were two people fighting. So for now, he's witness.
So you
That
are
doesn't
Mr.
rule
Von
him out.
Kram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and witness to Mr. von Staub's murder.
Incorrect. I am the best shot at the club. Heinrich Fürgen von Kram. But how did you know I was there?
Your clothes, Mr. Von Kram, the dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins. And your jacket features a bloodstain from your attempts to save Mr. von Staub.
That is impressive.
It is merely inferential. Now, a few questions, if I may.
Be my guest. I have nothing to hide.
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island. Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his position it would be impossible to fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame. So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Erich stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver, and further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
Okay.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Erich. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had only blank cartridges and a fallen friend at our feet. He was our focus.
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Erich cry out and fall. Mr. Dorfman turned and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help. I tried to save Erich, but it was too late. He was gone.
Okay.
You have a nice collection of pistols, Mr. Von Kram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What caught my eye is a missing Lamat. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
A bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your investigation.
That's a little bit sus. Suspicious.
I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this.
Okay.
I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I don't know what you're talking about.
As it happens, a Lamat 42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a 36 caliber.
And you can prove that?
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
It's a little bit more suspicious.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this.
Okay, don't know anything about the sister.
It seems you
See
owed
this.
Mr. von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts ebbed and flowed. In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Eric was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman. His progressive tendencies could be grating. I've never seen this before.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah, that
about.
probably doesn't have anything to do with it.
I can't help you with this.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Last
here we
year, there
go.
was a similar
Forgot about the
incident in which a
newspaper article.
duelist died. What can you tell me?
A tragedy. I shot too well, and my opponent stumbled from the impact. He slipped and fell down the cliff. I regret it all. I have not participated in a duel since. Instead, I only take the role of a referee and supervise the proceedings for safety. I swore that no other club member would die in a duel. Alas, someone else intervened.
Okay, so I guess that was all for him. Donates $5,000 to the children's hospital.
Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich, Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder.
Okay, interesting.
Recordings labelled in Braille.
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
Interesting.
How to sharpen one's senses. A remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis.
Indeed, magnifying glasses are useful. A letter.
Addressed to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand. Arrived just yesterday.
Okay. Okay, so there was a test over position.
How to sharpen one's senses.
Okay, anything else in here? No, so I might need to talk to him now.
You and Eric were competing for the position of honorary consul, yes? Quite the title.
We were, but he stood no chance. Only a true nobleman could take such a role.
Difficult for him to contest it now.
Indeed.
There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish. My eyes make me a poor witness, I'm afraid.
Yes, your blindness. An affliction since childhood, one presumes. No scars on your face, and you carry yourself with confidence.
I'm starting to see your worth, Mr. Holmes.
But this limitation developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name.
I need to...
Okay. So now I have all of the evidence. apparently there is a little bit more evidence to be had here. Maybe. So I collected all the evidence at the Von Stab. Gotten the key evidence here. Ah, so that was the other way. Okay, I believe that I might need to go and ask Miss Von Staub some questions. Not sure who I really want to accuse. I don't think she has the accuracy. They both technically have motive. His motive is a little bit stronger than her motive, though. Just want to make sure. It still says search a location, so I might still need to get some more there. Should probably come up here first. Going to talk to her and provide evidence. It's too bad that I don't get to use the Mind Palace on any of this. Then I can make some pretty decent deductions.
Miss Von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps.
Yeah, I know. I need to change to my police uniform.
So you might visit on another day. Good day, officer.
Going on a trip, miss?
No, I'm leaving permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
Thank you for...
The thing with her, though, is that I don't think she could shoot well enough. So I am going to... I actually kind of like these yellow suits. Very sharp. Especially with the black vest. Gold tie. I think I'm going to accuse him because it makes more sense. He is the good shot. She is not. Or at least she has no indication of it. She may have had motive to...
Please.
To kill him. But it's kind of a weaker motive. At least in my opinion. This guy has a lot more motive.
Mr. von Kram, I know you murdered Erich von Staub.
You joke. I didn't do it.
On the contrary, when the opportunity arose, you pounced.
When was the window of opportunity? Let's see, where was it?
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I will Miss you on the.
Okay.
You were present at the duel, and you were the only one who wasn't blindfolded.
I am an excellent shot. If I wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't matter whether or not I was blindfolded. But that doesn't mean I wanted Eric dead.
Okay, what's the motive? This one I definitely have. It's better. No. That one.
Did you
This
not?
one.
The position of honorary consul would be quite the feather in your cap, but Mr. von Staub stood in your way.
Friends are worth more than fame, Mr. Holmes. But of course you wouldn't understand. Lacking either. We were rivals, yes, but also peers.
Well, this friendship of yours certainly took a turn when you picked up the murder weapon.
Scenes of the crime.
Your pistol collection is missing a piece, the murder weapon you disposed of after the kill.
I lost it in a bet. For God's sake, you'd make a stuffed bird laugh.
Mr. von Kram, I believe you are the one responsible for Eric von Staub's death. You are now under my arrest and will be escorted to the police.
I have never been so insulted in all my life. I am innocent, as you will soon find out.
Really? Was that not the right one? Interesting. Okay. So maybe it was her. Because John's not satisfied. She does have motive, but I don't think that her motive is quite as strong, but you never know. Let's try this again.
Good day, officer. Miss von...
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. I'll start with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
In actuality, I was independently investigating your brother's death, and came to an unexpected conclusion.
How? Why?
It was not a tragic accident, miss. It was cold-blooded murder. And I know the culprit.
No. Who is he?
Nice try, but as you well know, I'm talking to the culprit right now.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. Allow me to explain how you killed your brother.
Scenes of the crime.
This is absurd.
A moment.
This...
So wait a sec. I feel like there's still evidence somewhere with this. No, it didn't say that all evidence was collected here, so there must be something that I was missing.
Please come in.
The floor is so smooth and slippery. I wonder if I could skate on it.
Okay.
I need to be elsewhere. How to sharpen one's senses. A remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis.
Oh, wait. I may be done. Oh.
All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
There's all evidence. Not that it matters. I just figured out how to accuse her properly. I was just dumb for a second. The means would be the scent was found at the scene of the crime.
Good day, officer.
My name.
What?
In action. It was.
No.
Nice.
What?
So.
Okay. Her sister? No, not her.
This is absurd. This.
In act. It was. Nice.
What?
So. The missing box in your brother's room contained a lamat, the same weapon used for the murder. You stole it to kill your brother.
What? No. Eric was obsessed with guns. I bet he simply left that revolver somewhere else.
Yes, it was left somewhere else. The crime scene. Abandoned in panic, a typical feminine response.
No, I've never been to that cursed place.
Okay, the window of opportunity. Hmm.
You hid behind the wall in the ruins. None of the others
that was
present
it.
could have killed Eric from that position. Both the duelists were blindfolded, and Mr. von Kram is ill-sighted.
So nobody saw anything? Your imagination has run wild.
Ah, but you forget one thing. A blind man's other senses grow stronger. Mr. von Kram detected a lavender and pine scent. That of your ointment.
You're taking the word of a sightless man. This is monstrous.
Okay, what was the motive? Where is that particular letter? That one? This one?
It is your brother who was monstrous. He was a tyrant, and you could tolerate his abuse no longer.
Living with Eric was a nightmare, yes. But he was my brother.
Now, Miss von Staub, take your time. Tell me the truth.
After our parents died, my life slowly became hell. My brother began to humiliate me. Then he became violent. Each day he'd invent a new punishment. Shut my room, burn my paintings, starve me. And without fail, I would be beaten. All visits were forbidden, all contact verboten. I was his caged bird, his pet. When we did go out, he used me to bait influential people. He sold me to Mr. Boddington simply to earn a place amongst this island's elite.
Was that not freedom from your brother?
He sold me as a thing, sir. Who do you think this gentleman was? I could not endure more cruelty. Mr. Holmes, I'm begging you. Please don't do this to me. Don't throw me from one cage to another.
Yeah, I'll let her go.
You have suffered enough, Miss von Staub, but now it is over. I will not turn you into the police.
I don't know what to say. What will happen with the case?
The usual. With their typical stupidity, the inspectors will confidently declare the case a tragic accident, and that will be that.
I didn't expect such kindness.
Kindness? No, where the truth reveals injustice, I expect accountability, but in this matter, Miss von Staub, I see no injustice at all.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll never forget what you're doing.
There we go. Got an achievement.
I am behind you 100%. I'm sure Miss von Staub wouldn't waste the chance for a better life.
I concur, John, but why are you standing so far away? Well, is a case closed? Now time to do this one. Found a joke. Police are looking for it, apparently without any progress. So this one probably need to go to Chronicle. Look for archival evidence. Okay, recent period. Grand Soiree. Section. Say current events. No. Okay. Front page, maybe? No. Oh, I'm not in the right place. Probably the police then. I figured it'd be newsworthy, but I guess not. Here to the archive. Okay, crimes or property crimes. Subjects would be the victims. And we're looking at Grand Soiree. Okay. Amazing Onzo guy. Somehow involved. Okay. 4 evidence. Nice. Okay, so I needed to talk to 3 people. Alright, so on Gallifrey Street, between Belvedere and Bonanza, Gallifrey, Belvedere, Bonanza, Grand Surrey. Bonanza. Belvedere, here's Gallifrey. So probably somewhere in here. You here. And intersection of Souls Row and Joy Avenue. Saw Joy over here and Soul. Go ahead and place. This is what this is used for. Calf family residence on Bakerville Street, north from Silent Way. So Bakerville and Silent Way. A little bit north. Silent Way, Bakerville. So north, so probably around in here. Alright. I will go down to this one first, but I'll go get the coin clue, because why not? Yep, there we go.
Magic is all the rage these days.
Sleight of hand is... And the coin should be around here somewhere. Just a scotch thing. Got it. Alright. Okay, this one might actually not be too hard, and it's fairly close by. So here at this building, counter that showed me, so I would meet a contact who knew the name of spies, waiting inside the building, heard a gunshot. So he was dead on this street below, shot from a northwest direction, very high vantage. Here, northwest, probably. Up there. near the gate at Burnett Street. Okay. So I'm thinking probably somewhere around in here. I figure it has to be up there in the...
Who's here?
Around the church. There. And there. I went a little bit too far. Go back down here and around. The bandit's lair here? Okay. Ah. I was right, it's right here.
An acture, called asper by the British. One of the first Ottoman silver coins dating back to the 15th century. They minted them in Serbian despotate. It bears a tura, the unique calligraphic seal of a sultan. Mycroft received this coin as a gift from a prominent Turkish family in Cordona for some favour.
Okay. Oh, that one's easy. Going to go to you. What coins have I managed to get? There's 2 left on here that I need to find. That I've gotten the clue for. One, 2, 3. Apparently 4. Okay. So, total coins left to find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like only 5 coins left to find. Very nice. But I am going to go to the bandit's lair because I need to clear all of them anyways. So why not?
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
Should we reload before I smack you in the face with my gun?
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Yes.
I'm coming.
And now you're going.
I couldn't miss the party.
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
but you're going to because you're going to be too busy being
No
unconscious.
more crime for you until next month.
Discombobulated, eh? Good dude. No more armor for you. No more hat for you.
I'm coming.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Thank you for both taking that to the face.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. No more crime for you until next month.
I really do like that one.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't bother moving.
Snuff's ready.
Ooh, got all three of them at once.
Take a rest.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't bother.
This won't work this way.
Okay, fine.
I'm
Be
coming
that
for
way.
you. Too simple.
That one was actually easy. Discombobulator. Indeed. No environmental objects. That would kind of suck. Okay, but that was easy enough. Go back to the map, get rid of you. So this is my objective. Actually, I'm just gonna fast travel back here because easier.
Who do you think you are, barging in here like this? Another hack writer from the Chronicle, here to mock my misfortune? I will not tolerate your lampooning.
I have no intention of mocking you, and I am no hack writer. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes? The name sounds familiar. Are you perhaps related to that brilliant young man, Mycroft Holmes? My late husband, Sir Ralph, spoke very highly of him.
Yes, indeed, he is my brother. I am sorry for your loss, Lady Gruber.
Loss isn't the word for it. It's an outrage. It was a black pearl necklace, not some mere bauble.
Actually, I meant your, Never mind. What happened exactly?
What happened? I was robbed, for heaven's sake. While my guests and I were enjoying the amazing Alonso show, a thief broke in through the window and stole my necklace.
Do you suspect anyone? One of your guests, perhaps?
Good heavens, no. My soirees are strictly for Cordona's creme de la creme, very far removed from the debaucheries of that libertine Lady Calf. Do I suspect Lady Vaughan, the governor's own cousin, or the Right Honourable Lord Crane, or Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe from Dorset? Preposterous!
It was a magic show, yes?
Oh, yes. Alonso turned cards into butterflies. An impressive spectacle. Everyone loved it. Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe became so excited he had a coughing fit. I had to send him to the guest room to catch his breath.
I'd like to take a look at the crime scene.
Please go ahead, Mr. Holmes. I haven't touched anything whilst waiting for the police. Those laggards do take their time, don't they?
Yes, they've got a lot going on, so...
Don't distract me. This part's tricky.
Alright.
Ah, this Alonso enjoys changing faces as much as you do.
A hint of gravitas for my wardrobe.
Why are you playing the title song? The main song. Oh well, sounds good. I'm not gonna find that much. Okay, here. Doesn't look like it, so let's be in here.
These cards are carefully arranged. The thief is trying to tell us something.
A878. Okay.
All the other jewellery is untouched, but why?
This butterfly must have seen something. Come on, little chum. Spill it.
I think that it's
How did
not
it
a
get
living
here?
butterfly. Okay.
The glass and the locking bars are intact, the windowsill is perfectly clean. This bedroom looks more like a treasury.
Or a dragon's lair. Even asleep, she's guarding her precious hoard.
Indeed. What's with all these butterflies here? I wonder. Game. John's not here and the keys are not moving by themselves. Oh.
The audience don't notice the secret compartment hidden behind all the cards. Pushing this button swaps the upper and lower compartments and releases the butterflies.
Okay.
Signed by someone from the audience, I think.
Ooh. All right. Okay, that's what she said happened. That is kind of what I'm thinking, but could have been him.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Probably. Probably do this. Actually, I'm gonna look and see if there's any more evidence. There's not apparently any marks on the door either. Let's see what the other option is for this one. Said she helped him in here. Well, since the other one was wrong. No sign of forced entry. Perhaps this?
The Lieutenant Colonel picked the lock to the bedroom and opened the window to make it look as though someone broke in.
It's fair.
The thief didn't break in through the window, as he would have you believe, Lady Gruber. He picked the lock of the door from the guest room. It seems as though Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe has sticky fingers.
But why would someone of his station commit such a crime? He's a reputable man, a commander of the Dorset Regiment's 3rd Battalion.
Did he introduce himself to you as such?
Why, yes. He was such a debonair gentleman, a brilliant raconteur.
And an impostor to boot. A thief in Wolfe's clothing, so to speak.
But, Mr. Holmes, that is a serious accusation.
The Dorset Regiment has only 2 battalions, Lady Gruber.
What are you saying? I need to sit down.
Well, you know, I may catch the thief yet. Until then, I bid you farewell.
Okay. I thought so. On to the next area. Go to Lady Calf's house. This is the one on Bakerville Street. This might be a little bit too far north. I'm not seeing a sign anywhere for the magic show. Ah, here we go.
Magic is all the rage these days.
Well, aren't you a dashing young man? May I ask your name?
Sherlock Holmes, at your service.
I'm Lady Calf, but please, call me Miriam. How have I never seen you at any of my parties? Oh, you've missed out on so much fun. The latest one was a blast. First, a magic show, and then, to everyone's surprise, an audacious burglary.
I beg your pardon, Lady Calf, but why are you so excited? Wasn't it your house that was burgled?
Let me ask you, have you ever witnessed a crime at a party? Of course not, but my guests have. Oh, it was a night to remember. Everyone's gone home, but at least I have these fine gentlemen here to keep me company.
Okay.
This looks quite lax for a police investigation.
I'm sure the officers are eager to sink their teeth into the case, but I thought a small aperitif wouldn't hurt. Nothing like a little champagne to get the brain working, I say.
Yeah.
Could you be more
not
specific?
really the way it works.
What exactly happened?
Well, there were drinks and hors d'oeuvres, followed by more drinks, of course. And then we gathered to watch the amazing Alonso saw himself in half. Oh, it was breathtaking. Some guests had to be revived with smelling salts. Then I invited everyone upstairs to see Abel's collection of curios. And there, someone had stolen Abel's treasure.
Okay.
You mentioned a treasure.
Frankly, I have no idea what it is. Some kind of shell the size of a dinner plate. Didn't look that valuable to me. Abel brought it back from America, a place called Massachusetts or something.
You mean Massachusetts?
Yes, Massachusetts, that's what I said. He's been strangely obsessed with it ever since. Locked it inside a chest like some treasure. Poor Abel, he's going to be so upset when he returns.
Who is Abel? Your husband, I take it?
Yes. My Abel is a famous, what do you call it, astrologist. He travels the world, digging up saucy sculptures, old chamber pots, that kind of thing. You boys and your silly hobbies.
Yeah, not an astrologist.
I'd like to take a look upstairs where the burglary took place.
Certainly,
She
be my
meant
guest. Such panache. You have to see it to believe it.
Alright.
Shards of a broken bottle. That must have been one wild party.
Indeed.
Oh gosh, I feel sorry for the housemaid.
Me
Lady
too.
Calf certainly spares no expense. This deceptively simple box is actually an elaborate apparatus. Alonso must be a short, lean person to be able to fit inside.
Indeed.
An industrial-looking saw, I imagine it's fairly loud. The saw was working for several minutes to build up tension in the audience.
District never sleeps. Especially next to the cafe residents. Yeah, like I thought archaeologist, not astrologist. It's hosted 10 parties in this month alone. Jeez. Wow, she certainly likes to spend money. Anything else in here? Does not look like it. Fine. Hat.
This ribbon bears faint traces of soot. Short brown hair without a root.
Well, there ain't any rabbits in this hat.
Okay, I know it's going to be looking kind of dumb, but I know there's an achievement for wearing the hat whenever you confront or talk to Alonso, so for the sake of it, it's the right one. Okay. Just because I'll wear it for a while. Back here, looks like it's time to go upstairs now.
Sir, only just wash the upstairs floor. Just stay down here until it dries.
No, thank you. I will be going now. Can't go in there, so... one with open doors makes sense. Hey, Cthulhu pistol. Me totem. Iron artifacts. This must be the shell.
I'm not half bad, am I? You have to admire the gall.
Indeed. Leaf.
It looks like a leaf from a fruit tree. Botany's not exactly my forte, but it could be a pomegranate, possibly?
I don't know what pomegranate Trees. Hey, another saw.
This doesn't make sense. Why haul this machine up here if one could just steal the chest?
Indeed. This one is very large. Probably need it to say okay, so it took place on the first floor while the guests were watching. Alright, so I'm going to try this.
To saw the chest and mask the sound, the thief used the same equipment as in the magic trick, and at exactly the same time.
Seems like they'd have to know exactly what's going on. That's all the evidence here. Looks like it.
Sir, I only just washed the upstairs floor. Just stay down here until it dries.
Apparently, well, evidence I might need might be pomegranate tree out here.
Are you quite certain that you don't want a drink, Mr. Holmes?
Here we go.
That's it. A pomegranate.
Okay.
These gardening clothes look dirty, but those aren't grass stains. It's paint. These are fake. Large boot, size 9.
Right.
The rubber is very thin, too thin for actual gardening work.
Okay. Anything else in here? No, it doesn't look like it.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Don't take it personally, sir. But I know nothing about this.
Ah.
This
Ladder.
ladder's pretty long. Long enough to reach the first floor.
Okay. This I can talk to you about.
Can I ask you a question?
I have nothing to hide, sir, but I've never heard of this.
Okay.
I can tell you how the crime occurred, Ma'am, but first, if you'll indulge me, you don't have a full-time gardener, do you?
No, I don't. Why, do you think the lawn needs mowing?
Your lawn is perfectly fine. I just wanted to confirm my theory. The thief was disguised as a gardener in order to blend in with the servants. He used a ladder to climb up to the first floor and later escape.
But the sawing? Surely we would have been alerted by the sound.
Ah, this is where it gets interesting. You see, the thief timed it precisely to match Alonso's performance. Evidently, he knew the trick inside out.
Golly gosh, that makes it even more extraordinary. Mr. Holmes, you are a delight. You absolutely must come to my next shindig.
I can't think of anything I'd rather do less, but this investigation is far from over. Farewell.
Yeah, obviously Sherlock does not like her. Okay, all evidence collected from here, so now to the last place, which is somewhere around here.
Extra, extra! Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Okay, Sir Finney Lane's gallery at the intersection of Souls Row and Joy Avenue. So I think that's where I'm at. Probably not here. Is the place? Yes, it is.
Magic is all the rage these days.
Alright, last place. Should have saved since it's been a while.
My apologies, but I am not in the mood for visitors. Not after the debacle that was my last auction. Stolen from by my own valet. Bitten by the viper I nursed in my bosom. Oh, the indignity.
Oh, drama indeed. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I could help you get to the bottom of this.
Sir Finney Lane, philanthropist, industrialist, art collector. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I suppose I could use your help, if only to confirm my suspicions about Vincent.
Alright. Let's see what happened.
What happened at the auction?
I intended to sell the gem of my collection, Cordona cypresses, to fund an orphanage. God knows we need to take some of these poor waifs off the streets. To entertain my guests before the bidding, I arranged a magic show. When it was over, I went upstairs to the gallery, and it was gone. The cypresses were gone.
Okay.
Could you tell me more about Vincent?
A scoundrel with one leg and two faces. He's been my valet for a dozen years. Who would have thought that he would stoop so low as to steal from me?
Vincent has only one leg.
He lost his right leg in the Crimean War, but despite his age and his peg leg, he's actually quite spry on his foot. I took him in, gave him a job, and this is how he repays me.
Something tells me it's probably not Vincent.
Did your guests enjoy the show?
Oh, yes. The amazing Alonso is well worth the money. The orange trick was nothing short of amazing. Everyone was completely enthralled.
So you suspect your valet of stealing the painting?
There's no one else to suspect. He's the only person other than myself who was upstairs that day. He had asked for a day off only the night before, so I was a little surprised when he came here just before the auction.
Did he tell you why?
Something about a damaged wallpaper roll. I'm refurbishing some rooms, you see, but that's his job. I don't bother myself too much with the details.
Okay.
I'd like to take a look upstairs where the burglary took place.
Well, you look like a decent man, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to my gallery. It's the only copy, so please don't lose it.
Always keep more than one copy. Really a good idea to when you have one. Ugh, chairs make it so cramped.
These must be the names of the contributors. Pretty big for an orphanage. An ambitious project.
These are real sweet-smelling oranges, not props.
Secret compartments are hidden amongst the fake foliage. Nothing but a clever illusion.
What are you gonna do with that, John? Smash it?
There are traces of concealer on the rim. Pushing this button makes the oranges grow within seconds.
Okay, so I got the key. I'll wear some glasses right now. Sure, why not? It looks like all down here. Stairs. In the hallway.
Oh, someone spilled the paint. Mind your step, Sherry.
New one footprint.
Right, footprint, size 9.
Size 9 matches the other boot print.
Fella's only got one leg. Can't blame him.
The paint splatters on the plank and floor don't match up.
No, they don't. Interesting. Here we go, the gallery. Flat objects.
The frame is intact. He took only the canvas. The end's in Miner's End. The end of what?
Of some miners, apparently.
It doesn't matter who squeezes the oranges. What matters is who gets the juice. Cordona cypresses. Angelo Cicchetti, 1840.
Ah, here we go. Okay, so probably the plank was used as a way to get over there.
The thief entered the house disguised as Vincent, removed his fake peg leg, and walked across the plank to the gallery where he stole the painting.
Check some quick. Okay, so I only need to talk to the guy in his hat, but I'm going to do it in all the things that I've found along the way. Because why not?
Your valet is innocent, Sir Finlay. In fact, he wasn't even here on the day of the auction.
But I saw him with my own eyes.
The man you saw was disguised as Vincent, with both his legs present and extremely capable. As you were engrossed in the show, he walked across a plank to the gallery right above your heads. An acrobatic feat of no mean proportions.
My good old Vincent, in truth, I didn't doubt him for a second. Do you know who the brazen thief is?
Not yet, Sir Finlay, but rest assured I will find him.
I would be much obliged if you'll recover my painting, too. Just think of all the urchins who would get a chance at honest work.
Wait a moment, I thought you were planning to fund an orphanage, not a workhouse.
Bah! Workhouse. What an outdated notion. The orphans will be fed, clothed, and educated. Yes, they will also learn an honest trade. What's the harm in that? Surely it's better than picking pockets and begging on the streets.
With all due respect, Sir Finlay, this is exploitation of child labour, no matter how you look at it.
You're entitled to your opinion, sir, but the fact remains the painting belongs to me, and what I do with it is nobody's business but my own. Thank you, and good day.
Well, there's a motive for something there. Okay. Interesting. So now I need to go and do some research. Honestly, not quite sure which place I need to go for this. Maybe similar crimes? And maybe it's an address of business or something. costume shop. Okay. So maybe we go here and find it.
Have you found anything helpful?
Nope. That's what I thought. So, District Miners End, businesses, documents. There we go. Gimbel's costume at where? Bonaparte Street, Strahd, and Furrier. Miners Inn. Went bankrupt the same year it was established. Interesting. Other than that, it's been abandoned. So we can visit the pub. Sorry, John. Okay. So, Miners Inn, Copper Street, Lestrade Road, and Furrier. Lestrade, Copper Street. So it's going to be probably right here. Alright. This way. Getting stuck on a chicken. Come back in here. Oh, there must be a bandit's lair around here somewhere.
Hey.
Sorry, look at the bandit's lair. I haven't found the one in Miners Inn yet. Tomorrow and yesterday. This looks like it could be a bandit's lair. Maybe.
You must be the amazing Alonso.
Sir, if you want to book a show, unfortunately that is not possible. All of my props have been confiscated until further notice. And if you're here to ask me about those burglaries, I have nothing to add to what I've already told the police. It wasn't me.
Big stash. Oh, Adam's apple. Found chest. Feminine hands. Alonso is slightly suspicious, but everything went on while Alonso was doing the performance, so I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt at the moment. It seems like somebody was using it as a cover.
I'm investigating the burglaries in Grand Saray. The clues led me to this atelier, but I did not expect to see you here. Someone has clearly been playing tricks on you. Cruel tricks.
It's good to know that you're on my side. I'm here seeking answers the same as you. The person behind this knows my tricks well. So well that it's uncanny. The thing is, I used to practice here back when the atelier was in business. Some of my props are still in the basement. And the answers are too, I think.
What are you waiting for, then?
Look around you. This neighborhood is a criminal's paradise. The building is overrun by bandits. What should I tell them? Don't mind me, fellas, I'll be in and out.
Let me compliment you on your disguise. Especially the mustache.
Thank you kindly. I wouldn't call it a disguise, though. Alonso is my stage persona. But the moustache is indeed fake, guilty as charged. Mine is a slow grower.
Miss, please, I can see that you're a woman.
Very well, I am a woman. So what? I've learned all my own tricks. I want to be taken seriously, rather than as someone's jumped-up assistant. Do you really think that if I didn't put on this act, I'd bask in the glory of being the world's first female magician?
Actually, that sounds quite plausible.
Huh, that's easy for you to say. Sometimes, if we want to be true to ourselves, we have to pretend to be someone else. My friend told me this once, and I think that he's right.
It strikes me as rather dubious reasoning. Who is this friend of yours?
A close friend, who recently arrived from France. Let's leave it at that. You may have exposed me, but I simply don't see how my personal life is relevant.
Fine. I'll go inside and see if I can find something. Don't go anywhere.
Yep, wait here. I have bandits to go take care of. I saved since it's been a little while.
I'm coming for you.
Well then come. You missed. You missed again. And I did not miss.
Ow! No more crime for you until next month. Too simple.
I'm coming for you.
Okay.
You can overcome the brute now.
I'm coming.
Oh! Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Ow.
I couldn't miss the party.
But she'll be missing it because you'll be...
Don't cry, you'll live.
Conscious. Hey, buddy.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Oh.
I thought we were against
crap. Gonna load because I did not want to kill. Only when I'm capturing the bandit layers, because, well, that's usually an accident.
No more crime for you until next month.
Why always specifically next month?
Take a rest, my friend.
Hello.
You can overcome the brute now.
Don't bop.
The snuff's ready.
Just I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Yes, drop your weapon that's about to go off just because...
Too simple.
You get a little something in your eye.
to knock this guy out. Can overcome the brute now.
Couldn't miss the party.
Don't cry, you'll live.
You ran into it.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Yes.
It's all yours now. Go for it.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
How did I not get him with that, too?
No more crime for you until next month.
Smack with the gun always just looks so painful. Right, it doesn't look like it's anything down here. Can't go up. There we go, she did say in the basement. What are you, a mime now, John?
So little light for these little fellas.
These must be the diagrams of all the magic tricks in the amazing Alonso's arsenal.
Tools of trade. Including a saw.
The saw was tested on different materials, most meticulous. Timed to perfection. The same oranges as we saw at Lane's house.
You're getting warmer, Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes?
Warmer still. Join me at the fireplace.
Clearly no one else would have half bits to follow. These are incompetent. Mr. Lupin, eh?
Warmer still. Join me at the fireplace.
Dr. Claw has escaped, Inspector.
All the references in this game.
Cordona cypresses and a bonus wallpaper roll.
I have collected all the evidence from this area now.
So little light for these little fellas.
Yeah, sorry, John, I'm not gonna let you out. So let us see here. Need to talk to people. Assuming first is going to be her out here.
So, what did you find?
You won't like what I have to say, but you deserve to know. Your French friend, Arsène Lupin, used this place as a hideout.
No, that can't be true. He's staying at Il Palazzo del Luce. He's there at this minute. But how do you know his name?
It is my business to know things, miss. He is the thief. This was all some twisted joke to him.
No, this is just... This can't. He was the only one who understood me. He said that he loved me.
I don't believe that you'll ever see him again. He has slipped away from the island.
Good riddance to him, then. All men are the same, aren't they? They come and go, leaving nothing behind but lies.
Well, he also left the stolen painting. Although I generally do not condone misappropriation, I think you should have this painting. Go to Europe, resell it, learn new tricks. Just don't make a show of it. It's still stolen property.
I will think about it. I never asked your name.
It's Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
I am Melinda Teller. Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Miss Teller. Good luck.
So wait, I'm not... I guess the achievement wasn't for this mission then. Oh well, that's the end of that case. Now I need to go and do this one, Mycroft, before I continue. Main story. And that there's still a bandit hideout somewhere around here. Because I saw the symbol. Yeah, I was going to change the portrait back to...
How do you do?
Do you know anything about this?
Don't be angry with me, sir, but I don't know.
I didn't. Dang chicken getting in my way. See, I gotta wonder what in the world this lock is for. Gotta be something, but it's probably a case that I just haven't found yet. Maybe this way, because that's the way the knife is pointed.
What's up?
Okay, something tells me I probably went past the area where it is. I didn't see any of them marked though. Nothing to indicate at least where it might be.
Hey.
Oops, sorry.
Seni görmek. Merhaba.
Hmm. It's around this way somewhere.
I'm telling you, Sherry, someone's been spying on us for at least half an hour. I've learned to trust my gut on such things.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Sherry, someone's been spying on us for at least half an hour. I've learned to trust my gut on such things. May I ask for your assistance?
No one listens to us, so why should I listen to you? Oof, bird.
Okay.
Could you help me?
No one listens to us, so why should I listen to you, oof bird?
An oof bird. Guess it's probably just some form of insult here. I don't see anybody, John, who might have been spying on us.
Hello.
Selam.
Good heavens. Yeah?
What happened to the priest? Okay. No. No. Severed hand. But it saw. Weird. Huh.
Good heavens.
Curfew. Children grounded. Severed hand. Scared. Cold case. No. Okay. Talking about a priest who was found dead with his hand severed. Interesting. The object of interest to the saw next to the body. Okay. Fair. Yeah, Mycroft, your case can wait. It's kind of a bottom of my priorities list. John, do I need to just be dressed like a hobo here?
Telling you, Sherry, someone's been spying on us for at least half an hour. I've learned to trust my gut on such things. Could you help me?
No. Sorry. I know nothing.
I mean, nothing has come up, so I don't think it has to do with asking around. Okay, but for now, I guess I should go find the police report. I don't think I'm going to find the bandit lair. It's not easily. Kind of surprised I haven't passed it already somewhere on accident. Like I've run through most of the area.
Hello.
Not bad.
Okay, I guess I'll go back to the police area and just check in on it now. Yeah. Crimes. Violent crimes. Victims and minors in the... No, it doesn't say anything. There we go. Alexandra Fanconi. Okay. So, I probably need to go back to Miners now, disguised as a bandit or a beggar. Ask around here a bit.
Extra! Extra! Art stolen, children homeless, the deplorable the cheap... Thank you.
Let's see, I need to find someone around to talk to about this.
Despite being used, these goods are...
Our clothes will be worn well, take my word.
Oh, hey, another newsboy.
Could you help me?
Why don't you ask someone of your own kind?
Fair point.
Could you help me?
I'll tell you what I know, my friend.
The yard behind the last two houses at the southern end of Carpenter Street, Miner's End. Okay, so Carpenter Street, southern end. Probably right there. Just need to go this way and head straight south. Righteous Lair. Since it's been a bit.
Could you help me?
I can't say I've ever heard about that.
Welcome, brother. You can always find...
I think this man is suffocating. We must help him.
He has trouble catching his breath. His dry, hacking cough is getting worse by the second. His fingernails are blue. Looks like he's having an asthma attack.
Quickly, do something!
Different sizes, different colours. Some clothes are new. Could you help me?
No, sorry, I know nothing.
The boss has a lot of work on his plate.
That's far enough, little one. The boss is busy.
But I need to speak to him. It's urgent.
I'm sure it is. Look, there's going to be a fight in the arena today. So unless this building's on fire, it will have to wait.
What do you mean, a fight in the arena?
You're new around here, aren't you? The cretins who killed the priest will face trial by combat in the arena of justice. That's what you get for breaking the law. The boss didn't create it for nothing.
It's vitally important. Let me in, please.
You think the magic word will do the trick? No.
All right, I'm leaving.
The boss has a lot of...
Well, I kind of already know.
The boss has a lot...
No. Okay, so it's none of those.
The boss has a...
Not failed plan, not many homeless. Punish. Not gangs move, not food shortage. Place. Cops. There we go. Okay.
Look, here's some medicine. Could be useful.
Acetylsalicylic acid.
Acetylsalicylic acid. Useless.
Okay, I didn't pronounce that right.
A strong painkiller, but it won't help with asthma.
Dude. Ether.
Aha! Ether. That can stop the asthma attack. Such insanitary conditions. Horrific. These instruments are of inferior quality, but in capable hands they can save lives.
Indeed.
They even keep medical records. Impressive for a gang.
I will talk to you guys in a minute. First, I need to save a guy dying of air deprivation, essentially.
God bless you, young man. Phew, that was close. But you saved him, Sherlock.
May I ask for your assistance?
Why don't you ask someone of your own kind?
Okay, fine. Be that way.
Excuse me, just one question.
I can't say I've ever heard about that.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
I'd be dead by now if not for the righteous.
The righteous watch our miner's end. Nobody cares about us but them.
God bless you, young man.
Save again.
I said the boss is busy. Stop testing my patience.
I hear the gang is looking for new members. I'd like to join you.
There's not enough meat on you. We've no use for a scrawny weakling.
I'm not scrawny, I'm just thin-boned. Besides, I know my way around a gun better than anyone in your gang, I'd wager.
You've got some nerve. See those bottles over there? Go on, shoot them. Show me how good you are.
All right.
Make yourself useful after all. Go on in then.
Didn't I ask not to be disturbed? What's with the shooting out there?
Sorry about the bother. Your guard took a little convincing to let me in. Not to worry, though. Everything's fine, except for a few broken bottles.
Then what do you want with the righteous? Spit it out. I haven't got all day.
I'm here to talk to you about the murder of Father Alexandra.
Oh, that. Nasty business. Those responsible will soon be brought to justice.
Killing the priest doesn't strike me as very righteous. Why did they do it?
Every tree has a few rotten apples, doesn't it? They caught him stealing from our ladders. But there was no need for bloodshed. I gave no such orders. Alexandra might not have been one of us, but we were fighting a common enemy.
This enemy being who, exactly?
Not who. What? Poverty, inequality, and justice. We follow our law just as Alexandra followed his God's commandments.
What do you mean by justice? I doubt that you're planning to turn them into the police.
Of course I'm not. They will receive their punishment in the arena of justice.
So you're going to kill them just like that?
Watch your mouth, boy. I'm not a murderer. They brought it upon themselves. The law applies to all.
The murderers must be arrested, not lynched. Let me take them to prison.
Do you have some guts to barge in here and make demands? I don't know you, boy, and I don't care why you want to save their hides. But that is not happening.
Listen, I want them to pay for what they've done, but making them fight for their lives is savagery.
Savagery? So you think rotting in a cave, suffering daily beatings from the pigs, only to be eventually hanged and dumped in a gutter is better? You say you want justice? Fine, go down and fight. Let the arena decide. Whatever you do to them, or they do to you, will be just. That's my only offer. Take it, or get the hell out.
Which one do I want to do?
Their blood will be on your hands, even if you won't admit it. But I want nothing to do with your twisted idea of justice.
You've taken enough of my time, Kerr. Get out.
I'm curious. I want to hear what the other option would have been. Or what he would have said for the other option. Geez, it always gets there. I've got to load the manual save that I did, don't I? Nope, it takes.
Welcome, bro.
I said... you... You might make yourself useful after all. Go on in, then.
Save here. check some quick. Oh, okay, I was thinking about the wrong thing.
Hey, not to worry. Or that.
This. Listen.
That.
Okay, but
all right.
Okay, messed that one up.
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend. Don't cry, you'll live.
You're hiding back there.
Don't bother moving. The snuff's ready.
I did not mean to do that. I did not want to kill him. That was an accident.
Take a rest, my friend.
I barely missed that.
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
No. What? There we go.
Don't bother moving. The snuff's ready. Overcome the.
Can you stop hiding behind the tree? You're just delaying the inevitable.
No more crime for you. Give him the pepper snuff. Don't bother move.
I'm coming for you. Get ready for some pain.
How about you get ready? Be smacked in the face.
Take a rest. The snuff's ready.
I'm coming.
Don't bother. Give him the pepper snuff. Oh, you killed it.
Gosh dang it. I did not hit him. The hitboxes for those faceplates are very weird. There's been too many times where I've accidentally killed him even though I didn't actually hit him. Crosshairs like that.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. Take a rest, my friend. Don't.
The snuff's ready.
Yes. Hello.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Not that easy.
But you did the
I
wrong
could
one.
miss the party.
Thank you.
I'm coming.
No more crime for you until next month.
We can overcome the brute now.
Take a rest.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
The snuff's ready.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why it just...
Oh, you killed...
See, I wasn't even aiming at a part that wasn't the helmet. I don't know why it does that every time. Their hitboxes are really messed up on those. But it's whatever.
Ow! Too simple.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
Hello?
I'm coming.
No more crime for you.
Give him the pepper snuff. We can overcome the brute now.
Wait, why did it not get him too?
I couldn't miss the party.
Quit targeting the wrong one, please.
I'm coming.
Thank you. This combat definitely needs work before they make the second chapter.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
The snuff's ready. I thought we...
Oh my gosh. I'm just getting too impatient.
Too simple. Take a rest, my friend. Excuse me. Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you until next month.
Give him the pepper snuff. Can overcome.
I'm gonna hurt you.
No, I'm going to hurt you.
Too simple.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
No?
The snuff's ready.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Okay. Hey, would you quit aiming right in his eyeball?
It's all yours now.
There we go.
Go for it.
Ow! Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Part of the reason I hate auto aim in most games. Because it does
Today,
crap like that.
Justice is on your side, boy. I give you my word and I'll keep it. My men will deliver the murderers to the police. You think you've saved their lives, eh? But for how long? The prison is unforgiving. And unlike here, their hands will be tied.
I fail to see your logic, sir. What I do know is that I'm no judge or executioner, and neither are you. Goodbye.
All right. All right, case complete. Oh. Okay. Okay, I suppose I can get back to this. Old City Bridge Tower. Western side of the Old City Bridge, Scalati. Be somewhere over here. Fast travel here, that's easy.
Here, grab a seat.
Save since I finished that last final the correct way.
You even brought a book, huh?
May I have... Same as always.
You just don't give up, do you?
Oh, come on, let's get closer. We can't see anything from here.
No, too early.
So we're just going to sit here all day?
Patience, John. I have a feeling this is more than simple blackmail. We'll be close when the blackmailer leaves, and then...
Go! Oh, not a pretty sight, this. Head trauma. Fatal. Gravity is cruel like that.
Yep. You cannot ignore the laws of gravity.
A rather frivolous accessory for a military man. Shame it's all bloody now.
Who's it?
He was stabbed several times before he fell. The shape of the wounds suggest a curved blade.
What's happened? Oh, who is it?
A key, and where there's a key, there's a lock.
Indeed. Is true.
Oh my goodness. Who's it?
The knife is missing.
Perhaps stabbed by his own knife.
Who's it?
It's almost like he's dancing.
Dancing the dance macabre.
No signs of life, no pulse. I'm declaring Corporal Ridley dead.
I concur.
Please move along. The police are on their way. Everything's under control.
Is it now? The General's own son has fallen out of the tower, and not without help, it seems. I need to inspect the scene, and quickly.
The Corporal? He ordered me not to let anyone inside without telling him. But now... Wait, are you saying it's a murder?
A brief examination of the body was enough for me to conclude that he was murdered by a blade of Ottoman origin.
You can't possibly be so certain.
Oh, I can be. The corporal suffered deep stab wounds which were inflicted with great force. They were made by a knife meant for cutting, not stabbing. A curved blade, such as an Ottoman jambir or a Gurkha kukri. I haven't seen any Gurkhas on the island, so the conclusion is quite obvious.
Amazing. You do seem more than competent. All right, go in. I'll wait here for the police.
Did you see anything suspicious?
No, sir, nothing. Corporal Ridley had to attend to some private matters upstairs. No one went in, no one came out. Oh, but that means the killer is still inside. Are you sure you want to go in alone?
I'm not alone. I have my friend with me.
Your friend? You mean your gun? There's no one at...
Never mind, I'll be fine.
I shall not pass an obvious reference.
The killer's gone, vanished into thin air. Gonna join the Navy after all. That'd make Mycroft so happy, you know.
Shut up, John.
There's the blade.
The edge is covered with blood, but the tip is clean.
True.
This
Maybe not
blade is a
evil.
naval officer's dirk. Sharp and well cared for.
Apparently you got a cut somewhere. That's where he fell from.
Exactly 100 mangears. The killer didn't touch them.
So he wasn't after the money. Figures.
This cigarette is still smouldering.
Perhaps the killer was waiting inside here.
Can you smell the body odor, John? Someone's been hiding in here. Someone sweaty.
Unless it's a laundry chest. But then it's a different mystery altogether. The case of the vanishing sweaty pantaloons.
Indeed.
There's a nice view from here, don't you think?
Alright, let's rebuild the crime scene. Well, I don't know I would lay down in here. But... there we go. There we go. That one was
Ridley
pretty
was
obvious
attacked by
and
his
easy.
blackmailer, but before being pushed out the window, Ridley managed to wound him. The killer must still be bleeding.
Indeed. Means I can find this.
Come on, let's take the rope down.
I'd rather take the stairs.
Oh, you're no
what
fun.
a bore.
I agree with John.
So what happened? Was there anyone upstairs?
No, the killer escaped. We're dealing with a carefully planned assassination. What can you tell me about the deceased?
We were from the same unit, stationed together at the barracks by the bridge, but I can't say I knew him well. Maybe someone at the barracks could tell you more.
Okay.
Do you know if the corporal had any enemies? Someone who would want him dead?
No, none that I know of. But then again, there's always the Ottomans. They'd want all of us soldiers dead, I reckon.
That everything. Okay, I can do that. But first, I'm gonna check out the trail here. Blood.
That was a rough landing.
Indeed. This way.
Wow. Amazing, right?
Disturbing is more like it.
Hmm. I wonder, is the point to crawl up and get the axe?
Could you help me?
I cannot help, but I can sell your fancy suit.
Am I supposed to observe something here? No.
How many knives do you think are stuck here? I keep losing count.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, but I never heard of this.
Can want this, but I don't know if that gets me much. Doesn't look like it. Huh.
Aha.
This must be the knife.
Covered in fresh blood. There we go. I doubt that this eagle is purely ornamental.
Careful, Sherry. Locals aren't too happy with what you're doing.
I'd better leave the knife here. Now is a bad time to ruffle any feathers.
It's sacred.
Yeah, sorry, paparazzi here to take all the photos.
Go away from it.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Friend, you're lucky
Who
there's
do you
something
think you
I know
are?
about this.
Leave it. Don't touch.
is a symbol of the House of Hassan, the most revered family in the city. Okay. On the western side of the city market. Very interesting. Maybe there's more people.
Can I ask you a question?
Don't!
My family is
No.
starving because of people like you. Go away.
Can I ask you a question?
Why
Stop
should I
that.
care about your troubles when
Don't
you don't
touch
care
those.
about mine?
This isn't working. You might need a different
Can I ask you a
tack.
question?
I
Infidel.
can't help you, friend.
Okay, so Old City, the market. Here is here. So it should there. I guess we shall go here and see.
You have no business here. Go away.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
You're asking the right person, sir. I'll gladly help.
Thank you. Greens recognize it as a sign of the House of the Eagle. Okay. House marked by the eagle, which is that one, is closed to outsiders. Okay.
Who's there?
Oh, the barracks was up here too. I did not realize. So, I go back and ask around about that one. Let's see. Here.
The barracks are off limit to civilians.
Oh. Well, in that case, this makes it easy. Just come over here and change to. Jeez. Controllers. Continue. Vibrate. Should be good.
You aren't here to relieve me from duty, are you?
Is this familiar to you?
Ah, I know this, yeah. Let me help you.
Can I ask you a question?
I'd help you if I could, but I know nothing. Ridley's blood is on Ottoman hands. I just know it.
Find out what they are planning. Okay. No. General speak. Go to pick.
Ridley's blood.
No. No. Okay. Disobedience. So I ran out of time.
Ridley's blood.
Obedience. Murder. Tribunal. Oh, okay. So whenever all
His blood is on.
Realize whenever they all pass. No. Take revenge, yes. Oh. So, okay, take revenge, disobedience, and what was the other one?
Ridley's blood.
Take revenge, yes. Go to the pub, no. No, disobedience, yes. No. No. Jeez, what's the last one? Is it the one that I got rid of?
Ridley's blood.
No. There we go.
Are you able to help me?
I'd help you if I could, but I know nothing.
Ah, his room.
Nice. A room after my own heart.
A little austere for my taste. There are scratches on the floor. The locker was moved.
Indeed. Better. So he was messing around.
In general must be difficult. Rise all the way to the top. Make me proud, son.
Letters. Okay.
That's quite a hefty sum. Enough to start a new life. 2 tickets to London. Would have been a very different ending for the corporal's story.
Indeed. Okay, so I can do this, and I'll get the scarf that I need to use. Let's see. -4, +4, and 1. Okay. Well, the easiest way to do is just this. It's 2. There's 2. For you, I can divide by 2 and subtract 1. And then just combine these 2. Bing, bang, bada boom. Still curious about this. I might overhear something at the old market.
May I ask for your assistance?
I'd help you if I could, but I know nothing.
Maybe I can hear these two eavesdrop talking about it?
That pillar is a damn...
Okay, what effect is the pillar having? No. Haunting. No. Okay. Barracks. No. No. Okay. So Ottomans.
That pillar is a...
No. That. Barracks. That. Haunt us. Surely. Okay, so I'm missing one from before.
That pillar is a damn...
So no, it's not that. I know it's not that. Here's the barrack. I know it's not that. It's not that. Haunt us. It's not that. Just give the order. Okay. All right. And the other place they said was down here. I might hear about it a bit, since I need to get to character anyways. I guess I need to go back to the store.
Another knife.
Honor. Vengeance. No. Best. That one was fairly easy. Which knife suggests a successful revenge. Okay. Interesting. That case is complete. Okay, I need to talk to you.
Don't pop. Let's be.
I need some female's clothing this time. Here we go. That. That. Could buy most of the stuff.
A good choice. A good choice.
Now I should do
Choice indeed.
that. There. Probably right over there.
Don't miss out on the best carpets on the island.
Don't miss out on my unique.
Said not the front entrance, but maybe.
Who's there? Who's there?
Wow, really? I can't do that.
You are expected. Quickly, coming.
My love, oh, I'm so... Who are you? Where's Mark? Answer me or I'll call for help.
You will do no such thing, Jalen. We both know it.
How do you know my name? And why are you wearing this scarf? What has happened?
A flood of questions, but I only have one answer. Mark Ridley is dead.
No, this cannot be. You're lying. Tell me you're lying.
Keep your voice down, miss. I don't have time for a lady's hysterics. Mark has been murdered, and I believe that the murderer is part of this house.
No, it was a secret. We were meeting. How could anyone find out?
The truth always comes out one way or another, but enough of this. Tell me, have you seen anything suspicious here?
No, I heard the servants talking about blood near the main entrance, but I didn't think... This is too much for me. I can't.
Why did you have to be so mean to her?
I wasn't mean. Now is not the time for pity.
Is that you or your reptilian brain talking?
And I've got an in. Let's see. And right back. Alright. Continuing on.
A bloody trail. Let's see where it leads. Pile of fresh clothes. How convenient.
Indeed.
All soaked in blood. Well, a fresh shirt is as good a lead as any.
So, think you can identify the killer on the first try?
Huh. Do you doubt me?
Well, this I'm going to try to do. A save just in case. Pretty close, so no. Looks like he's kind of in pain. Wounded. Not quite sure. The people are moving around. Oh, rock. And he's fine. Door is locked. So it's that one. So I basically have, looks like a choice of 3 options. Most likely. Ah, he's got blood soaking through his shirt. No knife. Shake. Okay. Tells me he's more so on edge.
What are you staring at, you crazy woman?
So, here you are. The wounded eagle in its eyrie.
What the hell? An Englishman here? Why are you wearing a dress?
I understand your confusion. It's been a turbulent day, hasn't it?
Do you have any idea who you're talking to, Brit?
Indeed I do. You are the proud son of this house. Proud, but wounded. You keep it well hidden, but you're far too nervous to think straight. So please let me explain while you catch your breath.
I am Osai, son of Hassan. You are on my father's property, and yes, you had better start being convincing.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I have every reason to believe that you were involved in the murder of Mark Ridley.
Are you accusing me?
Yeah, I identified him right away. Let's see. Means of the crime.
That's right, I am. I recovered the murder weapon. It bears an eagle crest, the same crest that is so proudly displayed within your house.
And a proud house we are. My father speaks for all Ottomans on this island, remember that.
Regrettably, I failed to detect much pride in the callow way you ambushed the corporal.
Window of opportunity.
It couldn't have been very comfortable for you inside that chest, waiting to catch the corporal off guard. Couldn't you find a better place to hide?
You're a fine one to talk of tactics. You're dressed as a woman.
If you'll pardon the metaphor, he was a fishbone that became lodged in your throat. You had a strong motive to see him dead.
Okay, so the first was the photograph, meeting gone wrong, and then what was the motive? Probably this. Actually, probably this.
All right, that's enough.
I did it wrong. That is why I saved. Good. Did I not already grab? Did I not save after I got all the evidence? No, I did. Okay, well, I'm going to save right here.
Where do you...
So, I am...
Yes, I am accusing you.
That's right.
Knife. And then...
If you'll...
Chest.
At the heart of this crime is a woman, Jalen. I wonder who she might be to you. Your wife? Unlikely. Your sister?
Enough! Don't you dare say a word about my sister. It was he who led her to sin. That son of a dog, Mark Ridley. He spat on our traditions and brought shame to our family. His father promised us peace, but I knew how it would be. You feed the crow, it tears your eyes out.
So you risked the peace to right your honor?
I had no other choice. Not that you'd understand, Brit.
Is there... I'm just gonna have to arrest you.
Azai, you are under arrest for the murder of Mark Ridley. You'll have to come with me now.
First you sneak into my house, and now this? We'll put you down like the rabid dog you are.
Guilty. I got that achievement.
I'm coming
there.
for you.
Too simple.
Discombobulated.
Don't cry, you'll live.
I missed the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
Yes. Oh, hello there. Man, as soon as you get here, you surrender already because your hat was instantly
No more
shut up.
crime for you.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't bother.
The snuff's ready.
Smack kind of makes me wince every
Don't
time.
cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Yes. Hi there.
Too simple.
Time to knock this guy out.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready.
There we go.
It's time for you to go to prison, Azai. Come with me, and let's do so peacefully this time.
You'll regret this, Brit. Get out of my face, Brit.
No, I need to report back to Mr. It's... So now I can pretend to be somebody I'm not.
Mr. Holmes, I am in no position to reprimand you, but you should know that your unwarranted intervention will cost us dearly.
I did what I had to do. The killer was brought to justice.
I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. You have undermined your brother's efforts, and now we will have to face the consequences.
Such is the price of law and order, Mr. Estevaux. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions.
Law and order? You are clearly oblivious of the bigger picture, Mr. Holmes. There is no point in us discussing it further. I bid you good day.
You did everything right, Sherry, no matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
I concur.
Good day, Mr. Holmes.
Would you like to report a crime?
No. And now there's a riot. Why is there a riot? Yeah, you guys can complain all you want. He killed the guy. So now I'm basically down to this one. But I think that I'm going to go ahead and end here today. So I am going to go ahead and sign off